Hello, friends. How's everyone doing? We have a lovely guest with us today. And this is, I'm pretty sure, your first time on my channel. So would you
Yes,
like
it
to
is. I'm so
introduce
excited.
yourself?
My name is Jessica. I am this Kiwi. Today's going to be interesting. It's going to go between, honestly, it's all about filling the bookie decks in one way or another. I'm working on both tools and trying to get all of the rest of the Bookemon that I've got because I don't really want to have to collect them next year. And I'm a completionist, so I'm going after that badge. So yeah, as you can see, my read is going to be The Peculiar Garden of Harriet Hunt. It's a NetGalley arc that's actually due to come out tomorrow for me, so probably Saturday for me, which would be the 7th. But it's due to come out on the 6th. It looks really interesting. It's about a girl that's got this how do you call it, this connection with her garden, but she's going through some particularly nasty stuff and also trying to investigate the disappearance of her dad. But there's this special connection with this garden, and so I'm a garden probably has something to do with witchcraft.
That was right, my first thought.
Yeah.
As soon as you said she has a connection with the garden, I was like, so she's a witch.
Yeah. I'm using it for Bookemon, with a tool for another Readathon. So I'm doing bucket listathon this month.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm 5-star prediction. I'm well, that's the closest I can get to a 5-star prediction of all the books on my TBR that don't double up with Pokemon.
Right.
So nice. Yeah, trying to be smart.
Very exciting. Tell us a little bit about what genres you typically read and what kind of content people can expect to find on your channel.
Yeah, so genre-wise, I'm very varied. It's fantasy, a little bit of romance, but I'm very picky with my romance. Starting to get into horror, not gonna lie.
Oh, okay.
Very much starting to get into horror this year. A little bit of lit fic. When I first started, I was very literary fiction, historical fiction, but that's kind of gone down a little bit. As far as content, my main content at the moment is TBR videos and also Read the Beats, which is my little series, baby. And at the moment, I have to pick some books for that. So that'll be my first sprint. But Read the Beats is based on picking books based on people's favorite songs,
which I love. I think that's so cool.
Don't worry, you'll be in this year, next year.
Very exciting. Yeah, I knew you would. For those of you who don't know, Jess is one of our new additions to the zoologist team for Bookemon 2025. So a very warm welcome to Jess.
I was
love
so excited to be asked,
board.
Honestly.
Yeah.
I was going to ask Meredith. I'm hey, Meredith, if you want another person, I'll be there. She asked me, and I was yes. Because I've been very active in Bookemon this year, and I'm so excited that it's coming back. I'm a bit scared, with the whole trying to plan for that top badge, doing every single one of the prompts. That is what I'm going to be aiming for.
Very ambitious.
But, yeah. We'll see
I love that. One of the things that I love about Bookemon and readathons that are like Bookemon is that there are a lot of different levels that you can engage with the readathon. You know, you can do it here and there. You can go all out and try to collect every single thing that you want, or every single thing that there is to collect. It's very there are extremes on both ends, and so I like to see kind of how people are getting on with it throughout the year. That was one of the reasons why I structured why am I forgetting the name of my own readathon? The Mystic, yeah. That's one of the reasons why I structured the Mystic Readathon the way that I did, because I wanted people to be able to participate at the level that they want to be able to participate at and not feel like they have to be on one extreme or the other. So it's really exciting to see people like you who are I'm going to try to do everything. And then other people that are oh yeah, you know, I might try it, and then they
Get what you
disappear for
can.
months, and then they come back later.
Yeah, exactly. And I love the way that Meredith has structured it this year, where you've got like those different levels. You've got, I keep calling it potato level.
With the potatoes, the sword guy.
Yeah, and then you've got the cat level,
Mm-hmm.
and then you've got, I don't know why I'm calling it the pillow level, but
But yeah, you basically have different levels of participation, and I think that that's really great because, especially with it being a year-long readathon, it kind of gives you that flexibility because things happen throughout the year. I learned the hard way that things can happen very unexpectedly that completely derails your entire year. So I like the flexibility.
How is that going, by the way, with your house?
We're getting close. We're very close to being finished. My goal at this point is to be back home full time before 2025. Like, that is my goal. And I think that it's doable. I really do. I really, really do. I think like 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I should be good to go. I think right now the biggest thing is the refrigerator. I need the refrigerator, which is en route. It should be here hopefully by the end of the week. That make sure it's working. Like, just because it gets delivered doesn't mean that it works. I need to make sure that they get it hooked up right and that it's working. And then I think after that, the last thing is kind of just like vacuuming and like kind of moving small things out of the way so that I can bring my dog back here, because I probably could come back as soon as the refrigerator's here. I could be back here, but I don't want to leave my dog with my mom. I want to be able to bring him with me when I come. So I need to make sure that things are like, you know, safety precautioned and, you know, basically like baby proofed for my dog so that he doesn't get into things. If there's any kind of like leftover supplies or wood or anything, like, I don't want him to get into anything or get sick or pick up anything or whatever like that. But other than that, I think that by the end of the year, I'm going to be back home and I'm so excited.
Fingers crossed. I'm excited for you. So you're at home at the moment?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So I'm usually here during the day. I just don't sleep here overnight because I don't want to abandon my dog. So I go back to my mom's house because that's where he is. And I have to be able to feed him and stuff like that. So she helps out, but it's not her responsibility. So I try not to like make her do that all the time. So I try to be there as much as I can, but I do enjoy being home. So trying to split my life between the two it's been a challenge throughout the year, but I'm glad that it's almost over. We're almost at the finish line.
Yeah.
So
what are you drinking tonight?
Normally I would have my wine. You know, it's Wine Down Wednesday. But I don't know if anybody can tell, but my nose has stopped up. I am quite sick. I'm actually getting a lot better. If you had seen me like Saturday or Sunday, awful, like full body aches, like couldn't sleep for more than like 45 minutes at a time, like just in so much pain, chills, just like the worst. So I am feeling better mostly, but my head still hurts, my nose is still stopped up. So I did not think that wine was the best beverage to drink given my condition. So I have my juice box.
Oh my gosh, I haven't seen a juice box in so many years.
I've been trying to, because I haven't really been eating much. I've been doing mostly like soup and stuff like that. A lot of like light stuff, soup, like bone broth, bananas, stuff like that. So I'm trying to keep up like my sugar, but also trying to keep up like my hydration. So yeah, that is what I will be drinking for the evening. So I'm sorry to those of you who are expecting the good fucking Pinot that I've been drinking for the last 2 weeks. That is in the refrigerator at my mom's house. I did not bring that with me because I knew that I wasn't going to drink it. But I will resume next week, assuming that I feel better. I unfortunately got sick after Thanksgiving. So I think we talked last week about like being very careful for Thanksgiving because of like drunk drivers. But apparently what I did not think about is to also be careful, just because being around a bunch of people and you're around family and stuff like that, it's very easy to pass around sicknesses. And so I have fallen victim to that. I got sick. My mom got sick. My dad got sick. Somehow my brother and his girlfriend escaped it. I'm not sure how they managed to not get sick. Maybe they were the ones that gave it to us. I don't know. I'm not sure how they managed to get away with it, but they did not get sick. But the three of us did, and we are slowly recovering. It's been a journey, but that's how my weekend went. It was supposed to be a nice 4-day weekend and turned into more of a 2-day weekend because the other 2 days I was sick and incapacitated for the most part. But yeah, it was great. Do you celebrate Thanksgiving?
Not really in New Zealand.
Okay.
Thanksgiving isn't really a thing.
Okay.
There's been a couple of times I've hosted like Christmas and stuff for friends, and I've kind of done like a Thanksgiving-esque type thing. Like if I'm cooking for an army anyway. Even if there's only like 3 people around the table. But like, yeah, I tried to incorporate that. Let's kind of have a think about what we're grateful for and what we want to do moving forward and stuff like that. But as friends and families get busier and busier and stuff like that, it's kind of fallen by the wayside. But I celebrate every year. I celebrate the summer solstice, which happens the 21st of December. And for me, that's celebrating everything that's happened in the year and thinking about what you want to do going forward. So that's kind of like Thanksgiving. And again, I cook up a storm because that's just the way I celebrate it. So it's a little bit later than Thanksgiving, but yeah.
Nice. I never even thought about the fact that for you guys it's summer. That's so weird.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely summer.
When you said summer solstice, I was thinking like, oh, in the summertime. And then you said December 21st. I was like, wait, no, that's winter solstice. But I'm like, oh, you're in New Zealand. It would be summer solstice for you.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
same
so
thing
wild. Meanwhile,
for winter
it's like
solstice,
30
though.
degrees
It's
here.
all about food and friends.
I mean,
and family.
any celebration that involves food, I feel like is a valid celebration. Doesn't matter what time of year it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me see. Also, I'm reading The Chain. I think I started reading this last week on sprints because I was going back and forth between this and When the Moon Hatched. I did finish When the Moon Hatched. I don't want to talk about it. So I'm back to this. Yeah, it was not good. 2.5 stars is what I gave it. And we'll just leave it at that. I don't think that anybody in the buddy read enjoyed it except Brittany. I think Brittany is the only one who walked away from it having enjoyed it. Everybody else is kind of Leandra DNF'd it altogether, and Danny did not like it. Danny, I think, gave it a lower score rating than I did. So, yeah, it was a moment. You know, it happened, and now it's over. But we're back to this book, and I'm loving this. I'm having the best time with this. Good. I think I have like 40% left of this, so I'm very excited to jump into this. And then, would you like to talk about? Oh wait, I think you talked about already what you were reading. Did we talk about that on sprints, or did we talk about that before the sprint started?
No, that was
during the sprint.
It was while I was handling.
I remember us talking about her being a witch. But I was like, was that during the sprints or was that before when we were like backstage? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be going between this and Before the Coffee Gets Cold.
Ooh, okay.
I'm kind of trying to do like one story a day with that because I can't with Japanese literature. I can't. It moves too slowly for me.
Have you started the book already, or you're going to be starting it today?
So I've read two stories, and this is the first one. So yeah, I'm hoping to read story 3. There's a few NetGalley books that I really need to get to. But yeah, easier with being an audiobook for me to clean and do stuff. I've got a guest coming around tomorrow, so just all like clean the whole house type situation.
What are you thinking of Before the Coffee Gets Cold so far from what you've read?
It's fine. A lot of people love it. So I don't want to hate on it too much, but it's fine. Me and Japanese literature.
That's exactly how I felt when I finished the book. I was like, it's fine.
Okay. Me and Japanese literature don't mix well, and I know a lot of people do love it. I DNF'd the Chronicles of the Traveling Cat, whatever it's called. If I got the name wrong, someone please correct me. The Traveling Cat Chronicles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I DNF'd that as soon as I got to 51%, so I could count it to Pokemon. And I was like, sweet, I'm out. And yeah, I've tried other Japanese literature. I'd like to try Japanese horror. Because I've heard like Japanese do horror really well.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
But yeah, I think I don't know. If I go through one a day, then it's fine. The stories are fine. I think the author is trying to make some of them heartbreaking. And for normal people, they probably would be heartbreaking. But for me, I'm like,
I could not agree with you more.
Yeah. It's looking at a 3-star.
Yeah, I think that's about what I gave it to. Somewhere around a 3, maybe a 3.5 or something. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had it. I had the second one on my TBR for. It was in Bookemon somewhere, but I managed to use a tool to escape.
Oh, okay. Nice.
So,
I never even read the second one. After I read the first one, I was like, yeah, I think I'm good. I think I'm good to stop here.
Yeah.
I think there's at least 3, or maybe, is it 4 of them now? I can't remember.
I think
there's
at
least
3.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, I think I'm good after this first one. Nobody has made a compelling... There was a really big, like you said, like there's so many people who like love the first book. There was a very compelling argument to like want to read the first book. But I don't feel like there's as much love or passion or whatever for any of the other books in the series. And so because nobody has really made the argument for me to like, try to like persuade me to read it, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm good.
Yeah. Exactly.
Let me see. Hello, Christina. Yes, remember to hydrate. Thank you so much. Hello, Cassia. She was here early. What are you up to today? Hello to Jess.
Surprise.
Hello to Jess. Hello to Cassia and Christina. Hello to Dee Dee. How are you, Dee Dee? Dee Dee was asking me the other day what I was thinking of when the moon hatched, and I sent her like this 6-minute voice memo of me like talking about all the things that like why it wasn't working for me. So I'm curious, Dee Dee, do you plan on picking it up? Hello to Glenda.
We're starting a booktube, like a booktube coven type thing, book club thing. And When the Moon Hatched is the first book.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
just like my fantasy vibes gave it a 4-star, but I was kind of in the right mood to read it. I think you need to be in a specific mood.
I agree.
To read that.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
But then I also read the whole thing in a single day for a challenge for another book. For Pokemon. For Herkia, the Quiddies.
Wow. That book is like 700 pages.
500 and something?
I thought it was like 7. I don't know. Maybe it is 500.
Paperback. It wasn't quite 600.
Okay.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to reread that with a more critical view instead of just trying to get the challenge done, because it was a read 500 plus page book in a day.
So you might have just been kind of like reading it and just kind of like there for the vibes, and like you said, not looking at it with like a more analytical, like looking at it from like an analytical side of it. And I also wasn't going into it with the intention of looking at it from an analytical perspective, but I also was buddy reading it with Leandra and Danny, so like I didn't have a choice because they are going to bring the analytical side, which I thought was completely entertaining. Like that's what made the experience enjoyable, was listening to them like point out all the things that were wrong with the book. It was so funny. It was absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of, I think like it's the same thing with like Fourth Wing, and I think I've literally about half an hour ago I finished Phantasma.
Oh, how was that?
Same kind of thing. You don't want to go in with an analytical mind because it's not going to work. I loved Phantasma.
Okay. I hear great things about it.
Well, 4. I'm giving it a 4,
that's
and that's
fair.
because it got really smutty
Mm.
at just after the halfway mark, and then it would be like smut chapter, smut chapter, smut. And I'm like, most of this you don't actually need.
Uh-huh.
But if it weren't for that, it would be like a 5+ star book.
Nice. I hear great things about it, so that is
Yeah.
on my list of books to read in 2025, hopefully.
Again, just go in for the ride, and that's it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's good advice. Hello to Dee Dee. Hello to Glenda. Hello, Christina. Hello, Lily. How are you? How's it going? How's your Wednesday? What are you up to? Hello to everyone in the chat. Hello, Joanne. How are you? I am going to be reading The Chain, or listening to The Chain, because I have some like furniture pieces that I need to try to put together. So I'm going to be putting together furniture and listening to this book. And I'm hoping that I'm going to finish this on sprints. Let me see, how much do I have left? Like, I know I have 40%, but how much time is that? It says that I have like 4 hours left.
What speed do you listen to your books on?
1.75 right now. I probably could bump it up to 2 times if I really wanted to. So I could maybe finish this in like 2 hours, 2.5 hours, give or take. So I might be able to finish this on sprints. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. Hello to Lily, Christina, Cassia, and Joanne. Hello, Joanne. Hello to Glenda. Hello to Glenda. Reading, The Unhoneymooners by Christina Lauren. I have not read this. Have you read this?
I have not. I have not read a Christina Lauren at all. I've got a Christina Lauren on my TBR for the Mythical Star 6. Which I still need to finish Star 5. That just reminded me. But I have not read the one that I've got is called The House, and I think it's going to be more like a thriller.
Oh, really? I didn't even know they wrote thrillers. Huh.
Well, it sounds like a thriller.
Is it new?
Like a paranormal thing. Not really.
Huh. I haven't heard of this. But I feel like there's quite a few Christina Lauren books, actually, that are probably on their backlist that I've never heard of, if I'm being honest. But The Unhoneymooners, that is a book that has been on my TBR probably for like the last 2 years, and I have not read it yet. But I want to read it. I definitely want to.
There is romance in there. It's a horror, young adult, paranormal romance mystery fantasy thriller.
Wow.
It sounded all right.
I like that. I like the combo of all the different genres that you just named. It sounds interesting.
Good reads.
It sounds interesting to me.
Yeah. So there's going to be, I think, a fair bit in it. 2015 it was published.
Oh, okay. So interesting. So it's pretty old. Yeah, it's pretty old.
Yeah.
Taking it easy for the evening, have some recycling to take out, basically procrastinating.
Fair.
Hello to Joanne. Hello to Dee Dee. Dee Dee said, finishing my mandala coloring page and listening to Fourth Wing. Have you listened to Fourth Wing, like the regular audio, or like, because I know some people, like, they read the book or they listened to the audio, you know, when it was all hyped up and stuff. And then when the graphic audio came out, people like went back and like re-listened to that version of it. So I'm wondering, is this a re-listen or is this your first time with Fourth Wing, Dee Dee? Hello, Cassia. Doing my reread of the book. This Book Won't Burn by Samira Ahmed on chapter 9. Very nice. I hear good things about that book. Yeah. Hello to Dee Dee. Hello to Lily and Joanne. Oh, thanks.
Don't know if I do.
Hello to Christina. Need to respond to your Voxer. Yeah, I was like, well, this is a lot of information. I don't know if she's going to care about all of this. It was like a 6-minute voice message. I'm sorry. There were a lot of thoughts. And that was before I finished the book. Listening to Hayal Meta's Romance Revenge Plot by Preeti Chibber, a YA romance. I don't know if I pronounced any of those names right. Hopefully I did.
You did very well. I would have put that.
Hello. How are you? Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Hello, Chris. How are you? Hello to Lily. Before the Coffee Gets Cold was a 3-star for me. I had high expectations considering the hype at the time I read it. Same.
I'm glad we're not the only ones.
Yep.
Because I also had quite high expectations.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was just like, it's fine.
Yeah. I got to the end and I was like, I like the message. It was a cool message, you know, but the ride to get there was kind of boring.
Yeah.
Still on the fence and leaning to no, as I'm a newish fantasy reader, but my curiosity for the audio might sway me. Okay. So the audio, it depends on if you like how you like your audiobooks. One of the things that pissed me off about the audiobook, and this is a very like just personal thing, the narrator, also depending on like what speed you tend to listen to audiobooks at, if you're someone that listens to audiobooks a little bit on the faster side, like, you know, closer to 2 times speed or faster, some of the words get mixed up, like you can't quite hear what they're saying. Like there was a name, I think the character's name was like Wreck, but it sounds like when you're listening to it fast, it sounds like it sounds like she's saying his name is Rick or something like that. So for a while in the beginning, when we were talking about characters in the discussion, I kept saying Rick and nobody knew who I was talking about, and they were saying Wreck, and I'm like, I don't know who Rick is, but we were talking about different people. It turns out it was the same guy. So that was one thing. The other thing though is that the narrator tends to do like accents for different characters. And there's one character in particular whose accent I really had an issue with, because the narrator didn't do a good job of like sticking to the accent. Like she kept breaking out of the accent. And I'm just like, if you're gonna do an accent, you need to commit to it. Don't like keep breaking it. And that just kind of, it kept taking me out of the story because you could hear like the American come out, and I was like, ugh. So if outside of that, if none of that like bothers you, I think the audio was decent. I think the audiobook was decent.
I'm interested to try the graphic audio. I've
We'll
got it on normal audio. I'd be quite interested.
Yeah.
If nothing else than just for the dragons.
That's fair. I feel like the dragons, I know for Danny, that was like the thing that she liked the most. Every moment that we got with the dragons was like her favorite part.
Yeah, absolutely. Same.
DD with fantasy, it's gonna just jump into what sounds good to you. That is true. I think that it's with any genre that you don't normally read. I think the best thing to do is to pick up that genre when you don't have like not anything else to do, but like if there's some other book that like you're itching to read, you should just go ahead and read that, because if you're trying to push yourself through a book that's out of your comfort zone, you're gonna not enjoy it even more because there's something else that you would rather be doing. So I would say like don't pick it up unless you're ready to like just immerse yourself in it and not be like, oh, I got to get through this because I have to hit, you know, a certain number of books by the end of the year, or I have to hit a certain goal, or I have to do it for a readathon, like, because then you're probably not going to enjoy it. How are you all? Glad to hear you're taking it easy. Hello to Squishy. Hello, Chris. Good to see you. How have you been? Hello to Joanne. I'm well. How are you? Thanks for the tip, Cassia. So far, what I've read has been romantasy, but I want to dip my toes into complex world-building fantasy. Okay, so I don't know if I would describe When the Moon Hatched as complex. I mean, it's complex, it is, but not in a good way, if that makes sense. It's almost complex for the sake of being complex, not complex because it's well developed. That's my opinion.
I kind of feel the same way. I felt like the world was too big for what the story was.
Right.
Like it went from here to like here.
Yep.
And I was like, oh, okay, I'm now very much lost in this world. And then like you see them traveling and stuff like that, and it's like, whoa, this is a lot bigger than I anticipated. I should have known based on the map that was in the book, and like how tiny the like the landmarks were. But like you just don't realize until you hear, like in my case, hear it.
Yeah.
Where it was like, wow, that just blew up really quick.
I completely agree.
Yeah, they went like too quickly into the literal open world. Whereas like even if, spoiler alert, but like even if, I can't even remember her name, but even if like when she gets kind of carried away by the dragon, she gets carried away into like a separate castle, and they use that as like the other part of the world, and then slowly introduce outside, that would have been better. But like it was just like, we're wide open now.
Yeah. I agree. I think that there isn't like a gradual introduction to things. You just kind of like end up places, and it's like, okay, well now we have this, and then you end up somewhere else, and it's like, okay, well now we're adding on this, and then there are a lot of things that get added into the story that are like cool elements. Like there are different like creatures and things that you meet along the way, but it's kind of like you meet them one time and then you never hear about them for the rest of the book. And so I'm assuming that maybe in later books in the series these creatures will come back, but I guess there's no guarantee that that will even be the case. So it just kind of was like frustrating that you're introduced to so many characters and creatures that are kind of like one-offs, where it's like, oh, like we meet you for 2 pages and then you're gone, we never hear from you again. We meet you for one scene and then you're gone and we never hear from you again. It's like, okay.
I think the biggest like example of that is the bad guy, and again I can't remember his name. I can't remember a lot of their names, to be honest. But the bad guy, like he ended up coming back in the middle of the, like at the end of the book, with the dragon, and they had the fight, and she saved the dragon, and but like he was right at the very beginning, and then he came back right at the very end, and like apart from that, you didn't hear boo from him, and you kind of forgot about him until he got mentioned again. It was like, huh? She's like, oh yeah,
that guy.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm doing good here. Hello to Christina and Glenda. Hello, Chris. No, I like a long voice message. I haven't had time to respond without being interrupted. Oh, that's fine. I'm not rushing you. You're fine. This is my first time listening to Fourth Way. Okay. Started the graphic audio. Excuse me. Then put it down and listen to the regular so I could tandem read. Okay. Don't have time to read with my eyes. That's fair. That makes sense. How are you liking it so far? Just got home from work. Had to work in the other office today since my Wednesday doctor had a schedule change. Was going to be there today, but she called out sick. Oh. Well, how was the other office? How did that go? I love John Gwynn for more traditional fantasy, but with a lot of heart. Ooh, okay. Robin Hobb is another one I adore. The animal companions are incredible. Robin Hobb is an author. I've never read Robin Hobb, but I hear great things about their books. I wasn't told until I walked at the door, but I'm not sure. I believe she's actually sick because she was flying back from Mexico yesterday from a vacation without her kids. Well, maybe she just needed to, sleep off the hangover and the jet lag.
I was going to say hangover.
She didn't tell me personally, as she normally would, so I still have her 2K lenses for exams still in my possession because she forgot them last week. Oh my gosh.
Those are expensive lenses. Mine costs $1,000.
Really? Oh my gosh.
That's expensive. But
glasses are crazy expensive. They really are.
Yeah. I kept getting nagged by my optometrist. Come in, you're really, really, really late for your eye exam. And I'm like, yeah, no, I don't have money for new glasses right now.
Right. Exactly. Didi said, I have the Bloodsport Saga and the Faithful and Something series on my TBR. Okay. Hello to Lexi. Hello, Coda. How are you? Just got off work. How was work? How did it go? Oh, no, not glasses, lenses. These are lenses. Oh, to do the exams. Oh, gotcha. Hello to Glenda.
I don't have those.
All right, let me get our timer pulled up. have to figure out which one of these tabs. I have so many tabs pulled up. There we go. Oh, nope. I think this needs to change to 60. Okay. There we go. That's not the layout that I wanted. Oh, that one. There we go.
Are they
Yeah.
Eevee? Like the Eevee family?
I have no idea.
Yes, they are. Look at me showing my geekiness.
All right.
That's perfect, actually.
What does this say? They're 2K. Ooh, 2K each, and there's 4 of them. Oh my gosh. Well, Lexi, I think you just hit the jackpot. You should just quit your job, run away, sell them, and you'll be great.
Oh my god.
Also currently has several
Lexi,
thousands of
do
dollars.
you have like
medical
a
devices in my
safe house that
car.
you can take them to?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. That's wild. Well, hopefully your car is in a safe location where it's not going to get like broken into or anything.
Yeah.
All right. I will see you guys back here in an hour. Happy reading. Sorry about that. Something is wrong with my mouse. Oh, now it's working. Of course, now it's working. But something was wrong with my mouse. So the whole time I'm trying to like click, like turn the camera back on, I'm trying to click unmute. My mouse is just like all over the screen, like not going where I need it to go. And I'm just like, great. I look like an idiot. Love that. How did that sprint go for you?
It went good. It was like a lunch / try and figure out what I'm going to read for Read the Beats.
Nice.
Which I got 2 of the 3. The third one, which is actually the middle song, is like going to be really hard. I have an idea.
It's not bad,
but
very productive.
Yeah, I mean, I have an idea, but it's like, to me, it's a cop out just because based on like a couple of words in the song, and considering how much feeling and meaning that song has in it, I don't want to do it in injustice.
It's your series.
Yeah, I know.
I'm excited to see what you end up coming up with.
Yeah. And then I wrote a review for the Spirit Girls on NetGalley.
Nice.
Because I finished that a few days ago and I still hadn't done anything. And I listened to like 2 minutes of Peculiar Garden.
Well, there you go. Yeah. I mean, very productive. That was a lot to have accomplished in an hour. So well done. Yeah. Well done. I am now up to 75%. And it says that I have 2.5 hours left of this audiobook. So I'm thinking, what is half of 2.5? Like an hour and 15 minutes, something like that. Roughly is what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking like maybe in like 2 more sprints, I will be finished with this book. One of the things that I think is so interesting about this book is that every time we get to what feels like a resolution, I'm like, okay, like we're done. And then I look at like how much of the book is left, and I'm like, well, then what is the rest of this book going to be about if we're done? And then something happens, and I'm like, oh no. So I am invested in this story. I cannot wait to see how this all turns out in the end. I would love to know from the author, like, how did you come up with this? Like, where did you get this idea from? Because this book is a wild ride, and I'm having the best time. So I did that.
What's it about?
So basically, it's like this underground society of hidden people that are like on the dark web that are in control of this system where they make people steal someone's child. Like they steal their child, and then in order for them to get their kid back, they have to steal someone else's kid. And it's very complex, and I'm just like, this is scary and also a lot, but also like I'm invested because the way that this stuff is happening, I'm just like, how have they not gotten caught? Like people, and the people that they're selecting, it's like they vet the people that they do this to, and they want to make sure that they are people that have like kids that are a certain age, and they usually don't want people who have kids that have like disabilities and things, just because it makes it harder to kidnap a child with special needs and stuff. So it's very interesting, like how they're selected, but also these aren't super smart people. These aren't super like rich people. These are like regular everyday like parents who are just trying to, take their kids to school and pick them up from soccer practice, that now their kid has been like kidnapped, and now they have to pay like $25,000 to get their kid back and also steal someone else's kid. And it's like the stuff that this family is going through to try to get their kid back. And then all the repercussions, it's like, okay, well, now you've committed a bunch of crimes in order to get your kid back. So now they can blackmail you because of all the things that you've done. It's crazy. Yeah. It is crazy.
Is it by Adrian McKenty?
Yes.
I can get that on Libby.
It's great. I'm having the best time. So I'm almost sad that it's almost over.
Like audio. So
I highly recommend. I'm listening to it on audio. I have the book, but I'm listening to it on audio because while I was doing that, I bought this it's like a wine rack thing, but it's like a tabletop one, because I have like a bar cart that has like wine on it, but I bought like a tabletop one to put on top of my refrigerator. So I put that together, and then I also bought new labels to put on my spice rack. So that's what I was doing, was putting those on there while I was listening to my audiobook. Nice. So I think during the next sprint, I have like one of those, you know how like when you go to the grocery store, like the little like section, or like not the grocery store, but like if you go to like 7-Eleven or like a convenience store, they have like those push things, like you open up the refrigerator to get like a soda out, and you take the soda out and like the next one like comes in line or
Oh,
whatever.
yeah.
I bought one of those. So I need to try
Oh,
to figure out how to put that together.
that's
So that is
cool.
probably what I'm going to do on the next sprint. But
That's very
let's check
cool.
into the comments and see how folks did. Let me see where. I think we left off here. Coda said work was good. Ready to work on the library now. Nice. And then Nightbot
Can't
popped
wait
in
for
with
that
the
live.
snip. Let's see. Hello, Dakota. It's just outside my apartment. They're in a cooler in the trunk. They have to be kept frozen because they're a type of amniotic membrane. But it's currently only 29 degrees and it's snowing. Oh, I feel like we've talked about this before, Lexi. But do you live in Pennsylvania? I was watching the news this morning. Excuse me. I was watching the news this morning, and they were saying that there's some part of Pennsylvania. I'm not exactly sure what part of Pennsylvania, but they got like 5 feet of snow, or they're expecting 5 feet of snow, or something wild is happening. And they had this lady on the news that was like, "Yeah, like we normally get a lot of snow, but like I've lived here all my life," and she's like, I don't know, 40 or something. She's like, "I've lived here all my life. We've never had this much snow before." So I hope that
Mm.
you are not in that area. I'm assuming that you're not, but if you are, please stay safe. They had like the whole community had to like come out and like help dig like some of like the senior citizens like out of their home because they needed to get to like the pharmacy and stuff, and they couldn't get out their front door. It was kind of a mess. So hopefully that is
Mm.
not where you are, Lexi. We do this with the medicine on the regular. I think most I've had is about 15K worth of meds. Oh my gosh, that is
Ooh,
wild. That
I'd
is
be like,
wild.
no, somebody else take this. I don't want that responsibility.
Yeah, I would be scared because if I get like robbed or something, I'm like, then it falls on me. Like now I'm responsible. Like
Yeah.
I'm the
You'd be like,
victim.
hey,
I was the
boss.
one that was robbed. Hello, Dakota. Hello to Lexi. Everyone's saying hello to Coda. Lots of hellos to Coda. We have Vanessa join us. Hello, Vanessa. How are you? How's it going? How's your Wednesday? Coda said, hello, cutter neighbor. Sprint hopped, clean the cat box, and retrieve the mail that sprint. And I'm preheating the oven. Ooh, for frozen lasagna. Very nice. Is it frozen because you bought it frozen, or did you make it and you froze it after you made it? Or like, did you get it for like Thanksgiving or something and you froze it? Is like leftover frozen, or is it bought frozen? Is that comment from Mikoda? I assumed that it was, but I don't know. The fact that you're not sure makes me second guess.
There was a running joke in that Galley November that I am now finding my way into the gutter with
Nice.
them all and climbing up Smart Mountain.
Love that.
So that's probably where that questioning came from.
Love that.
Either that or she was just pulling his chain.
Took a shower, got some laundry in the dryer, made dinner. Ooh, cheddar broccoli soup and air fried grilled cheese. I think I'm getting an air fryer for Christmas. But I think I asked my mom if she was going to get me one for Christmas, and she said yes. But because Christmas hasn't happened yet and I have not received said air fryer, I'm not going to say it with full confidence yet because I don't want to get to Christmas and there's no air fryer under the tree. But I'm excited. I've never used an air fryer before. I've never had anything that was made with an air fryer, but I keep being told that I need to get
air
one.
Fryer is like life changing.
That's what everybody says.
Yeah,
that's what everybody says.
It is. It's amazing.
Hello to Vanessa. Hello to Glenda. Got to chapter 12. Excellent. The chain. I'm assuming that means that you've read this. Nightbot thinks we're here to hang with him. I know, right? Part 1 is amazing. Part 2 is a little meh, but I gave it 5 stars. Okay, I am in part 2 right now, and I agree. Part 1 was phenomenal. Part 2, I'm a little bit confused because it's jumping back and forth between like different, like we're following different characters in part 2, and so I'm not sure who these people are. I'm assuming, just purely based off of no evidence whatsoever, but I'm assuming that these people that we're following are maybe somehow the people that are eventually going to be the ones that create and control the chain. And this is like their origin story of how the chain came to be. But I don't know if that's what's happening. I just have no idea why we're following these little kids.
Interesting. I feel like I need to read this now because everyone's like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, you should read it. You should read it.
Okay.
Didn't mind part 2. Yeah, I don't mind it. I just don't know where it's going. Honestly, didn't either, but I can see why people don't like it as much. Okay, yeah, that's fair. I think that the thrill part of it, I think that for part 1, you're very much like on the edge of your seat, like, what are you gonna do next? What is gonna happen next? How are we gonna get out of this? What are we gonna do? There's a lot of like panic and like tension, and you're just very like, ah. But like when you get to part 2, it's like, okay, we can kind of breathe a little bit, but also like something's happening and I don't quite know where we're headed.
So it's kind of like under the hood a little bit. Like it's gonna jump out at you and you're gonna go like, huh? I feel like it's a bit of a slow build, slow burn.
Yeah, which is an interesting way to write a book because I feel like normally you don't start off with a thrilling part and then kind of slow down. You usually like start slow and then work your way up. So it's interesting the way that the author has kind of structured the book.
Makes me think that something big is going to happen though.
That's what I'm hoping. I'm just curious to know from the author's perspective, like if that is the case, which I'm hoping it is, from their perspective, like the little tidbits that this other perspective that we're now getting, these other characters that we're starting to follow, because it's like a past timeline. I think it's like the 90s or the 80s or something like that, and I don't know who these people are. And like I said, I'm assuming that maybe these people are the ones that are like in charge of the chain. I'm curious why wait until part 2 to introduce that to us instead of kind of dropping that along the way throughout the book. That would be my question to the author. I don't remember anything other than being into the whole thing context. Well, I didn't know the chain had a part 2. I read it. Well, I'm assuming that when Vanessa says part 1 and part 2, in the book, there's a part 1 and part 2. I don't, unless there is an actual like second book. But I thought that Vanessa was talking about in the book. It's like broken up into part 1 and part 2. That's what I thought she was talking about. Let us know, Vanessa. Let us know, Vanessa, if that's what you're talking about. Lexi said no. Close-ish. Oh, you're in Ohio. Okay, but Northwest Ohio. Okay, gotcha. It's snowing, but it hasn't accumulated at all. That's good. I had my niece this weekend. She was insistent that we only need 8 more snows to build a snowman. I love that. That's so cute. Coda should know I'm the queen of Smut Mountain. Very unfazed by the amount of meds that I carry around. There's only 5 of us in the office that they trust to carry it around, and it literally ships through FedEx or UPS. Gotcha. I wore my Mary Smutmas shirt today. Nice.
There's an actual thing called a Mary Smutmas shirt.
I think that's so adorable. If I was going to make a homemade lasagna, I wouldn't be freezing. I mean, if you want to save it for later. Sorry, Vanessa. Should have said gutter landlord. Love my air fryer. I use it multiple times a week. Yeah, I'm hoping that assuming that I get it, it will replace, because I usually have what is it called? Like a toaster oven or whatever, like the small little ovens are called. I have one of those and I have a microwave. Yeah. I have one of those and I have a microwave. So I'm hoping that this air fryer will replace both of those and I can get rid of both of them. That's the plan. We'll see. Jess, you would like the chain.
Okay. I'm getting FOMO now.
So. I think you should read it.
I really need one of these Bookemon prompts. So I might have to use it for my free picks.
Yeah, there's got to be at least one that'll hit it.
Yeah.
It's been so long I forgot the book was split in parts. My bad. Yeah, no, you're fine. Yeah, the book is part 1 and part 2. Yeah. Landlord means you got to pay me something. What are y'all paying me? Oh my gosh. I've totally mass made lasagna, like 3 of them at a time, and then freeze too, so I don't have it. Yeah, that's why when he said that he was freezing it, I was like, "Did you make it and then you froze it, or you bought it frozen?" Because I know that lasagna is one of those dishes that people will often make in like batches, like make like a whole lot of it and then just freeze it to make it easier for them. Like I know like a lot of moms do that because it's easy for them when like the kids come home, they don't feel like making dinner. It's like, we have lasagna in the freezer. Just pop that in the oven, boom, done.
Yep.
Pay me in fictional men, please. I will also accept that form of currency. Thank you very much. I'm obsessed with Luther Corbois. Is that how you say that? From the Spark of the Everflame series. Ooh, I haven't read that.
I need to read that.
I think
I'm
you
also
will.
seeing FOMO with that. But
Yeah. There are so
one at
many
a time.
series that I haven't read. Let's see. So, jumping into our next sprint, what is your plan? What are your goals for this next sprint? You want to accomplish what? And it could be
Uh,
absolutely nothing. That is fine too.
I'm going to read some more of, when I say read, I mean listen to some more of Harriet Hunt, because I'm literally 6 minutes into it.
Nice.
And I've got 10 hours to go.
How long is it?
10 hours.
18?
10.
Oh, gotcha.
10.
Well, 6 minutes is better than nothing.
Yep. And then I've also got, I don't know if you've ever seen it now, but a while ago I was making that blanket for my grandma.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is the same. You can't really see the pattern very well,
Mm-hmm.
but this
I
is the
like it
same
though.
one.
It looks so cozy.
Just like in a different colorway and stuff like
Mm-hmm.
that. My mum really wanted one when she saw grandma's, and so she bought some yarn, and yeah, I've got like 85 rows to go.
What kind of, is
That's
that the same
600
kind of
stitches
yarn
a
that you
row.
used when you made the first one?
Sorry?
Is that the same kind of yarn that you used when you made the first one?
No, so I
Oh.
used an acrylic
Oh, okay.
for the first one, and it was actually quite good. This one I'm using here is a Chanel
Ooh.
fabric. It's almost like it's like a fake velvet.
Mm-hmm.
It feels kind of velvety in
Mm-hmm.
texture and stuff. It did make one section very hard because you can't see the stitches very well,
Hmm.
but I was up for the challenge and I managed to get past that. And now it's just following a
It looks
pattern,
really
which is really
cozy.
good. So yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing. I say that and I'll probably change my
Good.
mind and do something else. But
Well, that's what I said. What are your goals? Doesn't necessarily mean we're gonna
yeah,
accomplish them, but it's good to have an idea of what you want to do in the sprint. And then the sprint happens and life's and it's fine.
yeah. I mean, either way, I will definitely be listening to some more of Harriet Hunt. So there's
Well,
that.
there you go. All right, let's get the timer pulled back up. I think I'm just gonna let it run. Yeah, because we only have
I
10
love
seconds
that
left.
so much. That is so cute.
Think life at. They had it.
Life
All
hack.
right.
Okay.
Here in an hour. And we are back. I actually was able to get my mouse working on time this time. It didn't freeze up on me and start lagging like it did last time, so that's good. But how did everyone do that sprint? How did you do, Jess?
I did good. I got a row and a half knitted.
Nice.
Which is really good considering how many stitches are on that needle. And I got to chapter 6, which is really interesting. Apparently, I'm 20% of the way in. I'm listening at 2 times speed. So, yeah, it's going pretty good so far. There's definitely a mystery surrounding her father and like her father just randomly disappearing. There's also, if anybody wants to read it, there's also trigger warnings about domestic violence / abuse kind of thing. So just be careful with that. But at the moment, it is a very good book. I can see some literary aspects in there coming into it with the juxtaposition between what's happening with Harriet and her mind, and then like the imagery of this garden coming to life.
Nice.
So, yeah.
20% is good for one sprint. When you went from being 6 minutes in to now you're 20% in, like that's really good progress. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Let's see. What did I do during that sprint? I tried to put together that drink thing. I started putting it together and then I realized that I think I ordered the wrong thing altogether, so I'm probably gonna have to send it back and order the correct thing. But it wasn't too difficult to put together. It just, I'm pretty sure this is not what I think I ordered the wrong thing. So that happened. And then what else did I do? I think I had to like bag up some trash because I've been ordering so much like new stuff or whatever. There's a lot of like trash that has accumulated, so try to get all that together. I'm also trying to clean out like my pantry area and get rid of like old stuff that either is expired or stuff that I know that I'm not gonna use. So just trying to like make space for new, fresh, everything. So I did that, bagged up the trash. And I listened to more of the book. I think I'm like 86% in now. So I have like an hour and 20 minutes left. So hoping to finish this on the next sprint. So yeah, that was how things went for me. Pretty productive. The book is going in a direction that I think that maybe what I read was supposed to be like a plot twist type of thing. But I feel like the author did a lot of like laying the groundwork leading up to this moment, to the point where it was very obvious and it wasn't really a twist. It was like, okay, yes, we knew this. So I guess maybe for other readers, it may be like, oh my gosh. But for me, I was like, well, duh. So now we're in like, I guess what is going to be the final, like, not battle, but like, it's like the final act. Yeah. Where it's like, okay, this is it. Like, this is where we get to figure out, like, are we going to make it out of this or are we not going to make it out of this? So I'm excited. I'm excited to finish this book. Which
this isn't a buddy read, is it? It's just like a normal.
Yeah, I think originally I was gonna buddy read it with Rainy, but Rainy, she's always reading like a million books at once. So I don't even know if she started this book or not. But yeah, that was originally the plan. Like, I think we made this plan like maybe early in the year, like January or something. And I also we were supposed to have read this much earlier in the year because we buddy read Beach Read together over the summer. And we were supposed to do the chain like shortly after. And then obviously I'm just now getting to it. I don't even think she started it yet. So, yeah. But I'm having a great time.
What did you think of Beach Read?
It was pretty good. I think that it was a little overhyped. But it wasn't like a bad book. I didn't dislike it. I think the banter was really good. The story itself was subpar, but the banter, I will say that Emily Henry does a good job of writing banter. And so for that reason, that was the first Emily Henry book I had ever read. So I definitely would pick up more of her stuff for the banter alone. Like, if nothing else, I would pick it up for the banter because I liked it.
Interesting. I haven't read any Ellie Hazelwood. I haven't read any Abby Jimenez, nor have I read any Emily Henry.
Wow.
So I'm thinking for February.
Queen.
I'm thinking for February being the month of like Valentine's and stuff like that. I'm thinking of doing like a bit of a battleground, if you will, between the three, just to see which
Interesting.
one I like better. So I'm gonna
I
have to
feel
put a
like
poll
that's
up.
an interesting set of authors to put up against each other because I feel like their writing is different. Like I mean, I could see Emily Henry and Abby Jimenez are similar but different. I feel like Allie Hazelwood is very much like if you had to do like one of these things is not the same. Like Allie Hazelwood would be the one that like stands out like a sore thumb in that group of
Right.
three. I feel like
Yeah.
her books are very different from what the other two write. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a huge fan of Allie Hazelwood. I know that other people really love her stuff. I'm not a huge fan.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that if I had to choose between the three, Abby Jimenez would obviously be like my
The
favorite
girl.
because I've
Yeah.
read like 3 or 4 of her books already. I absolutely love her. I love everything that I've read from her.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, Beach Read was good. It wasn't bad. And I will pick up more of her stuff, but it wasn't a book like when I read my first Abby Jimenez book, I read Yours Truly. And I
Mm-hmm.
remember I was on like the 3rd page and I was like, "Oh my gosh, I love this book." Like I was already like living,
Aw.
laughing, loving. And I got to the end of it and I was just like, "I want to read more from this author. Like I have to read other books from this author." I didn't have that same feeling when I read Emily Henry. Again,
Yeah.
Emily Henry stuff wasn't bad. It just didn't give me that same like, "Oh my gosh, this is amazing" kind of feeling. But
Mm-hmm.
people love her. People absolutely love her. She is one of those authors that if you know a bookish girly, find me a bookish girly that doesn't know who Emily Henry is. Like she's out there. She's very well known. So I would be
Yeah.
curious to hear, like once you read all 3 of them, which one you gravitate towards the most. If I had to guess,
Yeah.
I would say you might like Emily Henry the most out of the 3. And the only reason why I say that is because your reading taste originally started off leaning more towards like gen fic and stuff like that, which is like more literary, which I
Yeah.
feel like Emily Henry out of the 3 is probably the one that leans the most into that. Not saying that
Mm-hmm.
she's like a literary fiction, like she does, more romance, but out of the
Mm.
3, she's probably the one that leans the furthest into that. So if that's kind of
Okay.
like your bread and butter, I feel like that might be what you connect with the most. But I love Abby Jimenez. I think that she also does a really good job. And for me, Abby Jimenez is so funny. Her humor in her book
Mm-hmm.
is so funny. Like that's to me what makes the book is it's the banter and the humor. And I'm just like, chef's kiss. Like you understand the formula. You have figured me out.
Yeah.
But yeah, that'll be fun. I'm excited to
Yeah.
vlog it.
So I need to get my hands on some books. I got my
Yes.
hands on one Allie Hazelwood.
Which one?
Um, it's either I think it's the one with the blue cover. Is it the
Oh,
Love
the love
Hypothesis?
hypothesis. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
haven't read that one. I think I read because that's the first one in the series. I think I read the 3rd one in the series because they're
Oh, I
like
didn't know it
interconnected
was a series.
standalones. Yeah, it's Love Hypothesis. I forget what the second one is called, and then the 3rd one is called Love Theoretically. I can't remember what the second one is called.
Is it Love on the Brain?
Yeah, yep. Love
Mm.
Hypothesis, Love on the Brain, and then Love Theoretically. So I read Love Theoretically. It wasn't bad. Like I didn't
Mm-hmm.
dis. I mean, it wasn't my favorite. I forget what I gave it. I think I gave it like a 3 or a 3.5 or something. Like it was fine.
Yeah.
I think that her writing style isn't for me
Mm-hmm.
because she writes her female like main characters very cartoonish and like over the top. And I find
Oh,
that
okay.
to be very
Mm-hmm.
annoying. I
Okay.
don't like characters like that. That
Thanks
was
for the heads up.
actually you've read When the Moon Hatched. That was one of the things that I didn't like about the main character When the Moon Hatched. Like she just was so dramatic and like angsty, and it's just like, girl, sit down, like calm
Yeah.
yourself. It's
Sure.
not that serious. I don't love characters like that, and I feel like Allie Hazelwood tends to write very like dramatic characters that to me feel a lot younger than what they are. Like I think in the book that I read, the character was supposed to be, I don't know, let's say 30. She was
Mm-hmm.
acting more like she was like 21. And I'm just like, I need her to act her
Right.
age, not her shoe size. Okay.
Yeah.
So that was my issue with her. But like I said, she's also another author that people absolutely love. So to each their own.
I just think when I think of like romance in like this is gonna show my age, but like in this day and age, like the big 3 that you hear are Emily, Henry, Ellie, Ellie Hazelwood, and what's the other one? Abby Jimenez.
Yeah,
and I'm
that's
just
probably
like,
true.
I haven't read any of these yet, but like that's when you see like the top 10 of the year for a lot of booktubers, like one of them is going to be in
for
there
sure.
somewhere.
For sure.
And Goodreads just falls all over those authors as well. So
that's definitely true. I'm trying to
it'd
think of
be
some
an
other
interesting
authors.
battle.
Who else falls into that category of like just names that you hear all the time when you hear romance books? I feel like Tessa Bailey used to be like that. I feel like you don't hear about her quite as much.
Talia Hibbert.
Yeah.
I hear Talia Hibbert a lot.
Yeah, that's another one. Lucy Score is one, although I feel like I haven't heard her name quite as much. And Elsie Silver. I feel like Elsie Silver is the new Lucy Score. So yeah,
yeah. See, I haven't read any of them.
Really? Oh yeah, we got to get you caught up. Yeah. Let me see. Where did we leave off in the comments? I think it was here. Hello, Jamie. Happy Wednesday. I'll be reading the Book of Doors. Ooh, hope you're enjoying it. Lexi washed dishes, folded laundry. 56% of world's of worst serial killers. Ooh, this sounds intriguing, Lexi. Is this a nonfiction or a fiction? Look, I need to know more about this. I'm immediately intrigued.
I need to know more about this. World's worst.
I'm going to say hi and I miss you. Hello, princess. How are you? I am doing better. I was very sick. I think I popped into your sprints on Sunday. Saturday and Sunday are kind of a blur because I was mostly delirious and in bed the entire weekend because I was so sick. But I'm feeling a little bit better. I'm not all the way 100%, but I am feeling better for sure. So thank you so much for stopping in. And the house is almost done. Fingers crossed that I'm back in the house before January 1st. That is the goal. So that is the update. But how are things with you? How did the vow renewal and stuff go? I saw the video that you posted. But yeah, let us know. How are you feeling now that it's over? Are you feeling relieved? Are you sad that it's over? Do you miss having this big extravagant event to plan now that it's over? I love Allie so much, but I'm a sucker for STEM. That is one of the nice things. That is one of the things that I did like about Love Theoretically is that you had a female main character who was like, I think she was like a physicist or something, where she's like, in STEM, which is not like a romance thing that you see very often. You don't typically see the woman being like in STEM, like she's like super successful, like professor or whatever. So that was really cool to see like a woman doing something like that, because usually women are, they do business or things like that, but it's like to see her in science. Ooh, I like that.
Is that what STEM means?
Yeah, STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, I think is what it stands for.
Okay. Yeah. I'm like, what is this term?
Oops. Read book lovers and liked it, but haven't read any Abby. Oh, you have to read Abby. Oh my gosh, princess, what are you doing? Stop everything, drop all of your books right now, and pick up an Abby Jimenez book. What do you mean? I have not read Book Lovers, but Book Lovers is on my list of books that I would like to read from Emily Henry. I think I'm going to try to read some of her like more popular titles. And then once I get some, like in no particular order, just whatever one I can get, first or whatever one has the shortest hold, at Libby and stuff like that. And then if I get to one that I don't enjoy, then I'll just stop reading her stuff at that point. Once I get to that wall, I'm just like, okay, the end. So we'll see what happens. I know people had very mixed feelings about, what was that pink book called? Happy Place. People had very mixed feelings about Happy Place. So we'll see. Hello, Bryce. How are you? How's it going? Happy Wednesday. Def, I'm not. I'm so happy it's over. Why? Wasn't it so exciting having to plan a wedding? Isn't that just the most fun thing ever to do? It's nonfiction. Ooh, interesting.
Is it called, Lexi, is it called Serial Killers, The True Stories of the World's Worst Murderers?
Let us know, Lexi.
There was a book that I had. Camino?
The title that you just read sounds familiar. Do I have this saved somewhere?
It is. Then I found it. If not, then I have zero idea what book you're talking about. And you may have to PM me the Goodreads because it does sound interesting.
There was a book that I saved a long time ago. Oh, this one is called the Wikipedia Encyclopedia of Serial Killers, an A to Z guide on the history. Whoa, not Libby asking me to rate it. I don't want to rate you, not right now. An A to Z guide to history's most heinous murderers. That is something that I have in my want to read list. Haven't read it yet. Getting things done on row 21 now. Excellent. Thank you, Christina. I ran out of water in my canteen, my cup. So now I have to switch over to this. This is supposed to be like hydrogen infused water. Whatever. I need to get rid of it. I have so much stuff in this house that I need to get rid of so that I don't have to throw it out in the trash. It's use or lose this week. Yeah. I'm going crazy. Why? Because I suggested that it was fun to plan a wedding. It seems like so much fun. What is a book?
I'd hate to plan a wedding, to be fair.
I mean, I feel like if I had enough time, it would be a lot of fun. But when
I'd love to know how Brooklyn's going planning her wedding.
Yeah, it can be very stressful. And I think it's one of those things where, like, you feel like you have a lot of time, and the next thing you know, we're like, oh, we're 3 months away. We have so much stuff to do. I feel like that's what always happens to all my friends that plan weddings. They're like, oh, yeah, we have plenty of time. The next thing they blink, and they're like, oh, no, it's happening tomorrow. What was I going to say? Oh, what is a book that you would want to finish by the end of the year? Like, what is one book that you're like, I have to finish this by the end of the year, regardless of what the reason is? What's one book? I think
I've got lots.
Really? Okay, so what is, if you had to like prioritize them, what is like number one at the top of the list? Like, if nothing else gets done, this one has, like, I cannot go into 2025 and not have finished this book yet.
Well, just because it was on my TBR and it was sitting right there, Daydream.
Ooh, is that the second one or the third one?
Third one.
Okay. I still need to read the second one.
Without causing too much controversy, I really enjoyed both of them.
Okay. I like the first one. I mean, I haven't read the second one, but I enjoyed the first one. I know that there is Icebreaker Gate, and Icebreaker Gate is still going strong. But I was on the side of I enjoyed it. So it is what it is.
Henry, who's like the dude, is like the best character in the whole world. Like, forget the rest of the team. Henry is just, Henry is just. I don't really fall for like book guys, but
Henry's one.
Henry could kind of get in there, and like there's food. Forget about the girl. Forget about the girl. There's food. There's cookies. Wait.
There's cookies.
There's cookies. There's cupcakes.
Love that.
There's cupcakes there as well. There's like fudge by the look. It like almost looks like they're gonna start their own like food
bakery or something. Ooh.
Yeah, and that's just like food is the way to get. The food is the way to get in. I'm allergic to like half the food that is on the planet, but as long as it's gluten free.
What is it called? Have you read When in Rome by Sarah Adams?
No.
I think that you might like that, especially because Sarah Adams is another one of those like romance writers. You might like When in Rome because it's about a guy.
Did Sarah Adams write The Match?
I don't know. I've never heard of that. She wrote The Cheat Sheet and something else. The Cheat Sheet, The Rule Book, When in Rome, and there's another one after When in Rome. Something about Paris? I forget.
The Au Pair Affair?
Maybe. She may have written that. I haven't read that.
I've seen the rule book around by Sarah Adams.
The rule book is part 2 to The Cheat Sheet. But When in Rome has a part 2, and I can't remember what it's called.
Oh, and they're like, they've got like matching, like, well, like he's in an apron and she's like in a matching collared shirt. Food. That's like a massive buzzword. Oh, it was Sarah Adams that wrote the match. Actually, the match, as far as romances, the match is my my romance of the year.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's a clean romance. Like no open door stuff or anything, but like the disability rep and like the communication and stuff is really good.
Nice.
So
I might have to check that out.
that maybe When in Rome, maybe in my
let's see.
In my little my to be read
book
for Bookemon next year.
This is the one. When you started talking about food in the cover of Daydream, yes. It reminded me of this. And this was a book that I forget, why did I read this? Oh, I read it because when we did the blind, like, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil challenge, and we were making pies and cupcakes and stuff, we made the pies because, yeah, we made the pies because of this book. So I was like, oh, well, I guess I should read the book before we do this challenge. Yeah. Because it's about a guy who owns a pie shop, and this girl comes to this small town, and Grumpy Sunshine. It's a good time. It's a fun book. It's cute, and it involves food because he owns a pie shop. So I think that if food is something that like is a just thing, you probably will like this. Yeah.
There's another one that I really want to read that Brittany read not long ago, and it's like a dude who was like an NFL player, and he now is opening like a bakery. I have to go back. It was on one of their TBR videos.
There's I can see the cover. Oh my gosh, what is it called?
Yeah,
it's a pink.
It was only a couple months ago.
Yeah, because I think that's what the other, like, see no evil, hear no evil, whatever, that was based off of that book. And it's a girl who's like super rich, and her grandmother owns the NFL team, and the guy who plays on the NFL team, he like opens up a bakery or a cupcake shop or something, and there's, I forget what happens between them. Oh my gosh, what was that called? Fake It Till You Bake It. That's what it was called. Fake It Till You Bake It.
Yes, I really want to read that.
Yeah, that was fun too. If I had to choose between the two, I would say that this one is better, but they're both good. They're both fun, like lighthearted romances that have like some humor in it. They're both good times. They're a good time.
But yes, if you want a clean romance, the match is amazing, and it's got a dog. So
nice.
That's also
always a bonus.
Yeah.
She said it is by Al. How do you say this name? Cimino.
Yeah.
But it's called The World's Worst Serial Killers. Sounds like a funny book, though. The World's Worst Serial Killers. Also got Serial Killers and Psychopaths. Ooh. Got them on a bargain shelf for $5 each. That's awesome, Lexi. Lucky you. Love that. Serial Killers and Psychopaths. Love it. We Free the Stars. Okay. For some reason, I feel like you've read this. I don't know why I thought that you read this already, Princess. Maybe I've just seen you talk about it, or maybe it's been in like TBR videos or something. For some reason, I thought that you read this already. But okay, so that is the book that you want to make sure that you get done by the end of the year. I don't even think I said what mine was. I think if I had to do one book, it's probably going to be this one, because I've had this book for so long and I haven't read it. I need to get this read and off my shelf. And this is also on my self-destruct list. So if I don't read it, then I have to just unhaul it. But yeah, this is priority. This is like number one. Need to get this read by the end of the year. This is the priority. And I'm probably going to read that next once I finish The Chain, just so I can knock it out and make sure that I get it done before the end of the year. But yeah.
I just had a light bulb moment for Read the Beats.
Ooh, ha ha ha.
Ha ha. Your question about a book that you want to get read this year actually sparked that. And it's not going to be Daydream. I was thinking about using Daydream for this particular song, but the song itself is so meaningful and heartfelt that using daydream because it has dream in the in the lyrics just feels like a cop out. But I just thought of one that I did actually want to get done this year.
Excellent.
And it's actually part of an omnibus, but like I only have to read the one story, and that'll be fine.
Nice. Ha ha ha. Lexi said Iron Flame is the book because I pre-ordered book 3. I think I also pre-ordered book 3. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure I did. When does book 3 come out? January? I don't remember.
Yeah. One of our local bookstores is doing a midnight thing for it, and I'm tempted to go, but I'm like, also, can I stay up that late?
I've never been to anything like that. I would like to go to something like that one day. It just sounds like something fun to do. It sounds chaotic, but probably fun at the same time. So I want to go at least once. But I don't think my bookstores do stuff like that.
Well, the thing with this event is like you can pre-order the book and then pick it up at midnight. And that's kind of it. There may be like some Iron Flame / Fourth Wing kind of stuff going on. Apparently there's like a costume thing where you can dress up and there's costume ones or something like that. But I don't think there's much going on. And I'm like, unless you're doing a signing at midnight, why would I pre-order it and pick it up at midnight just to go back home? Because the lines are going to be really bad. And I'm just like, why don't I buy it somewhere that's cheaper?
I agree.
And like do it that way.
I completely agree. I have not read Iron Flame either. I was supposed to read it this year because it was a book that was recommended to me by one of the cast members of the Vampire Diaries. So I didn't get to it this year, but I will get to it next year because I'm obsessed with this particular cast member. So I will do anything she tells me to do. What is one trope you never want to see again in a novel? Oh my. I'm not going to say never, but I think one of my least favorite tropes is probably like an accidental pregnancy trope. Something about that, it just kind of like takes me out of the story and I'm like, okay, I don't care anymore. Like, oh, you guys are about to go on this journey and I don't have any interest in it.
I've never read that in a book, an accidental
pregnancy.
No. Even like a, oh boy, we think we're pregnant. Oh wait, we're not. I haven't even read that.
Oh wow. Yeah. I've had at least one or two that I've read that was like that. I think Josh and Hazel's Guide to Not Dating. Is that what it's called? Yeah, this book. Oops. This book. This has an accidental pregnancy trope in it. Not. I like this book. I had a great time until it got to that part because that happens like towards the end. I was like, "Ugh, you ruined it."
Yeah.
But otherwise, I had a fun time with that book. That book was actually really enjoyable. This was one of the only books that I can say, I think that for some reason it worked in this book. Like the thing that I was saying about like Allie Hazelwood's characters, how they're very like dramatic and like a little too over the top and quirky and cartoonish. I think that in this book, something about the way they wrote this character, it like worked for her where I didn't hate it. But for some reason when Allie Hazelwood did it, I was just like, no. I don't like it. But yeah, accidental pregnancy. Not a fan.
For me, one of my anti-buzzwords is like the spoiled rich brat that just like refuses to like not like come down a few pegs on the ladder. That just like, and the whininess of especially female characters, like not all female characters are whiny,
right?
But yeah, the ones that are whining, I'm just like, for goodness sake, just grow up here, chill out a bit, and then come on with an actual logical brain
Mm-hmm.
And you'll be right. The world's not going to end.
If you had to go on a competitive reality show, what show would you audition for? A competitive reality show? I don't even really watch competitive reality shows. So I'm thinking like Big Brother, which I've never watched that show before. I don't really know what it is. I just know that it exists and that it's a competition. Survivor, I've never watched. Amazing Race, I've watched, but I would be terrible at Amazing Race, so I would not audition for that. Maybe I would audition for America's Next Top Model. That's what I would audition for. That's a competition.
Yeah. There's an Australian TV show that's called Dream House, and it basically takes like 6 couples from 3 states, and like the different couples make over each other's house. So I would want to be on that because like the winner gets $100,000 to pay off whoever's mortgage. But then you also, like, to me, the winning doesn't necessarily matter because you're already winning. You get an entire house made over and like totally refurbished.
So it's like even if you don't win, you still make out with some kind of prize.
Yeah, exactly. And like I love the kind of renovation shows and stuff. I'm really good at demo, not so good at the other stuff. But yeah, I love demo and I love giving it a go. So I would probably be like one of the ones that are closer to the bottom, but that would be totally fine with me because I could learn so much stuff along the way.
This is true.
And I think like Reno and demo, like, and the skills that come along with that are very valuable that can be applied to like other kind of houses and situations and stuff like that. And you know, Kiwis, Aussies, we have a very can do, she'll be right attitude for the most part. So yeah, I'd be keen to dive into that. And also, who doesn't want to talk to Dr. Chris from Bondi Vets? Anyone that's watched that, if there's any Aussies, you know who I'm talking about.
That sounds like fun.
I'll put in the private chat a picture of Dr. Chris.
Ooh, okay. I DNF'd the book I was reading and moved on to reading a monster romance. Oh, A Soul to Keep. Somebody, I think Vanessa maybe was reading this. Somebody was just reading this like not too long ago. I'm curious what your thoughts are on it. I know that you said that you just moved on to it, but how is it going so far? Is it keeping your interest? As a night owl, I'm always annoyed when places close at 8 or 9. I miss pre-2020 times when many places were open 24 hours. I feel like we never had anything that was open 24 hours, except I think we had one Walmart and maybe like one McDonald's. And I think that was it. Everything else closed probably by like 10, I'm going to say. Except for Taco Bell. Taco Bell was open until like 2 a.m., but everything else was closed. So it's not much different now than it was before.
I think because I quite often get up so early, like I tend to wake up when the sun comes up. I am not a night owl. I kind of became a little bit of a night owl in November with NetGalley November. And now that it's not, I'm like back to bed at 10 o'clock.
Wait, you said Dr. Chris.
Yeah.
Chris Brown?
Yep.
Oh, I know. Obviously, I know who that is. What? Of course I know who that is. He's on that show?
Yeah, he's the host.
Wow.
So he's kind of hung up his vet hat for that.
Wow. I did not know that.
Yeah, so who doesn't want to have a chat with him?
Now I need to look into this show. I need to see if I can watch this show.
Oh,
that sounds so cool.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some, I want to say factoried elements where like some people are a bit more, excuse my language, but bitchy than what they need to be. like just for the sake of television.
Yeah.
And making it a good show.
Mm.
But like 90% of the teens there were like pretty good. Like they were really honest with each other. They were good at communicating with each other, and like it was about what was best for the person's house mostly, not just what was best for them as an individual team. And that's how I would play it.
It sounds really cool. I really want to look into this because now I'm like, oh my gosh, Chris Brown is the host of a home renovation show. This sounds so cool. My mom would flip out. My mom is obsessed with Chris Brown. Like she's
really?
crazy. Yeah, she loves him. I'm just like, girl, relax. He doesn't know you exist. It's okay.
Do they like play Bondi Vets, or like what's he been in that you guys have seen him in?
He was a singer. He was a singer for years. So she's been obsessed with him since his singing days. I mean, he still sings, I guess, technically.
What, Chris Brown the vet?
The Wikipedia page that you sent me, yeah, that guy.
He was a singer? What?
Yes.
What the actual?
Oh, my eye is burning.
Was discovered after heard him telling stories in a Sydney bar in 2003. First television was a vet on Harry's practice. Oh my god.
Did you not know that he was a singer?
No.
That's hilarious. That is hilarious. That's why when you said Dr. Chris, I'm thinking it's like an actual doctor. Then I saw the picture, I was like, wait, Chris Brown?
No, he is an actual doctor. He is an actual vet.
Really? Since when?
Are you talking about Chris Brown that was like the rapper?
Yeah.
Nah. No, this
different person?
This is a different Chris Brown.
Oh, okay, JK. The picture that they have up here is of the rapper. I was like, he's a singer.
Okay, hang on. Let me find another.
I was like, he's the host of a home renovation show?
This is like a very random. Okay, maybe because you're like in America, it's
maybe it like switches
it really weird.
Yeah.
The
girl has been offered to the monsters. What is the name of the show?
Bondi Vet. Oh, that's originally what he was in. They have him on an IMDb page.
Hold on. I think I might have found what you're talking about.
That is not a flat. No, I'm not going to send you that. That's not a flat.
Let's see. Oh, okay. Now I think I see. I'm going to send you this link. And you tell me if this is the guy that you're talking about. See if that works. This is a YouTube channel.
Oh my god, it does. If you click on the link, I was just like testing that. If you click on the link, it just takes you to Chris Brown, the singer. What? Yeah, I can already tell Dr. Chris Brown. Yep. Yes, that's him.
Okay. This makes more sense. Because I thought you were saying that Chris Brown, the singer, was I was just like, how is he the host of a show in another country doing a home renovation when this man was like a singer, a rapper? Like, how did he switch? And then you said he was a vet. I was like, when did he become a vet? Like, what is happening?
I don't know what happened to that link. It just went really weird for some reason.
That's so funny. That is hilarious.
We're there. We got there. Although, you want to talk about rappers that do renovation shows. Is it Lil Jon that did?
Did he do a show like that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's so random.
I think it's Lil Jon.
see what comes up. Oh yeah, it does say that he has something on HGTV.
Yeah, Lil Jon wants to do what?
Yeah. Oh wow, that's so weird.
That's actually such an interesting show.
That sounds interesting.
I've watched one episode of it and it's like, whoa.
Is he like screaming the entire time?
Not the entire time. He does a little bit.
I had to Google Chris Brown. I was so confused. Listen, we were confused too. It's fine. We got there. We figured it out. Problem solved.
You're okay. He's okay. Dr. Chris Brown from Australia is a white fella with blonde hair, like the most squared out jaw you've ever seen.
That is so funny.
Yeah. But as a very long answer to your question, Chris, that would be the show that I would go. Not Bondi Vets, but Dream Home is the show that I would go on.
Hello, Kiana. How are you? How's your Wednesday going? And with that, we have reached the end of the comments. We are going to jump into our last sprint. And this one is going to be a little bit of a shorter sprint. Instead of doing an hour, we'll do 45 minutes. Let me get the timer pulled back up.
You're alive. That's good to
yes,
see.
Good to know. I'd hope so, honestly, because imagine if you weren't alive and this comment was coming through. That would be concerning.
That would be like Deadstream if anyone read that on NetGalley.
That would be very concerning. But hopefully your Wednesday is going well, Kiana. Hopefully work went well. All right, let me switch this back over. There we go. Oh, wait, why does it say 30? I'm confused. It wasn't supposed to say 30. It was supposed to say 45. I just changed this. Hey, Yope. Maybe I changed the wrong one. It's fine. Oops. Now I lost it altogether. Let's try that again.
Technical difficulties.
Yes. There we go.
There we go.
Off of their face. All right. I will see you guys back here in 45 minutes. Happy reading. And we are back. How did everyone do? How did you do during that sprint, Jess?
I did good. I had a snack because why not? Listen to some more of Piggly Garden. She is now starting to court. And do I trust the guy? No. But that is because of what the synopsis says.
Fair enough.
It kind of gives away like what his intentions are, or like how he treats women. And so I'm like, don't be a dork. You're doing fine on your own, lady. just it may be the 1800s or wherever you are in the world, but just you can do it.
Are you at least enjoying it though?
I am enjoying it very much so. It's definitely not the same witchy vibes than I thought it was.
Okay.
It's definitely more literary historical fiction / mystery. But that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Right.
I don't know, maybe it will get more fantastical. Like the whole thing with the garden being magical, like I think is all just kind of her imagination, like kind of happening in her head type thing. And then I decided to tackle one of the tools for Bookemon for this month. And that was the build a Lego thing of like a Bookemon. And so I chose the potato monster because I figured that would be easy enough, and I did that and posted that on the Discord, and now I can tick that off, which is really good.
Excellent.
Trying to get them done as quickly as I can because, like I said, my TBR this month is
packed.
Pretty big. Yeah. And I was going to do this morning. I do have a video that's ready to come out. I just have to remember to upload it.
Nice. Well, so, if you guys are participating in 2024's Bookemon, we are almost finished. We are at the end. This is the final month, the final countdown to get your tools. And if you are participating in 2025's Bookemon, regardless whether you participated this year or not, the announcement video for 2025 is below in the description, as well as I have tagged Jess's channel. So if you guys, which you should, go subscribe to her. She is also linked down below because she is one of our new zoologists. For those of you who weren't here in the very beginning when she introduced herself, she is one of our new zoologists for Bookemon. So we're very excited to have Jess. But yeah, we're excited for Bookemon 2025. We're really excited about all of the changes and upgrades and things that Meredith has made to try to make it easier and flexible for people to participate. And if you're not participating in Bookemon, that is also okay. But yeah.
But also go and subscribe to Meredith.
Yes.
Because like the amount of work that she's put in.
Oh yeah.
Is like incredible.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, no wonder her
and the art, yeah.
alter ego nerd is a little bit stressed.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
But yeah, all that information is down below in the description. I am almost finished with this book. I thought that I would be like done by the time we finished sprints, but it says that I literally have 15 minutes left.
Oh,
97%. Yeah, so I'll probably have to just finish this once I get back to my mom's house. I could probably finish it on the way there, honestly. So yeah, I will definitely be finishing this book tonight. And something crazy just happened, like right before the sprints ended or whatever, and I was just like, "Whoa, wait, what? What's happening?" Yeah, with 15 minutes left, I'm just like, "Oh, whoa. I don't know if I need to rewind if I missed something, or if it's gonna get explained in the next chapter." Because I was like, "Wait, what?" So yeah, still having the best time with this book. I do agree with Vanessa that I think that part 1 was better than part 2. But part 2 still had me very engaged and invested in the story. So not complaining. But yeah, that was my spread. I listened to that and kind of wrapped things up and packed my bag and turned some of the lights and stuff off because once we are done here, I am heading to my mom's house. Let's see, where did we leave off? I think here, possibly. Kiana said got to 74% of the Gift of Fear. Ooh. I think there's another book. I think it's a book called Not the Gift of Fear. And maybe it's called Anger is a Gift or something like that. Have you read this, Kiana, by chance? Just because the titles are similar. Read 24 pages of The Book of Doors, currently at 103. It just took a dark turn, but you're liking it. Okay, I'm here for it.
We like dark turns.
Great. Did some reading, then forgot I haven't edited tomorrow's video, so roughly 50% done with that. Awesome. That's good that you forgot about it and managed to get 50% done. That's awesome. Oops. Just finished row 22. Now all I have to do is connect the ends together and I will have one project done. Excellent.
Yay.
Uh-oh. One of the other, I think, projects I was working on, I stabbed myself with a pen. Oh my gosh. So I decided to wait tomorrow to work on it. Oh no. Yeah, maybe take a break, circle back around tomorrow.
That's horrible when that happens. I work in a retail store and like we pin like price tags, clothes. I always end up stabbing myself.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Do you guys have to like do it manually or do you have one of those like automatic, like the little like tag gun things?
Yeah, we have one of the tag guns, but like trying to like get it between,
get it
like,
through. Yeah. That makes sense.
I always end up stabbing myself.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. No, I haven't read that one. I don't remember who it was, but somebody recommended that book to me a long time ago, like maybe like 2 or 3 years ago. I've had it on my wish list for a long time because a lot of times I put stuff on my wish list and then I just kind of forget about it. But when you just brought up this book, it made me remember that I had that book on my wish list. And just because the titles were similar, I was like, maybe you've heard of this. Maybe they're related. Maybe they're by the same author. I have no idea. Let's see if I can find it. And I have so many wish lists. It's like, well, which wish list is it on? That's the next question. Let's see. Oh no, this is the right list, I think. See if I can find out who the author is of this book. Book wish list? Is this the right list? I want to think it's called Anger is a Gift, but I don't remember who told me about this book. Maybe it was Jen from Genderqueer. I can't remember. And of course now I can't find it on here. So now I sound like I'm making it up. Man, yeah, I don't see it on here. Maybe I moved it off of the list or put it on a different list. I don't know. I have so many different lists. There's no telling where that book is, but it's saved somewhere. Somewhere I have it written down. Let's see if I can Google it. I think this is it. By Mark Oshiro. Let me see. Oh, why is this page loading really weird? Like the HTML didn't load right. Let's refresh. There we go. Yeah, this looks like the right cover. Anger is a Gift. Yeah, it came out in 2018. But yeah, Mark Oshiro is the author of the book that I'm talking about. And I heard whoever it was that told me about it, they like raved about it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put it like in a TBR. But yeah, maybe check that out. If you are liking the book that you're currently reading, maybe check that one out. Hello, Paco. How are you? How's it going? Yes, definitely hydrate. And thank you so much for hitting the like button. Hello to Paco. Was smoothing the pattern pieces on the fabric and really got myself. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Do you ever wear those the not thimble, but they're like the little like finger cover things? Do you ever wear those? You're welcome, JB. Gives true meaning to I put blood, sweat, and tears into it. Yeah, you literally did. I'm good, just surviving. Oh no, I saw that you posted a video of your DC trip. I have to go watch that. I haven't seen that yet. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you so much for being here. I know that you said that you have a video that you need to upload. Is there anything else that you have coming up that you want to plug before we leave?
Probably just my sprints next Tuesday, which I have already scheduled.
Perfect.
We're going to do the same thing as we did last week, and we're going to use a spinner wheel to pick my reads. And then after that, I do have I have part one, which is a TBR-a-thon list coming out.
Ooh,
and
nice.
And then I need to film like the rest of what I've got for Bookemon this year. And then maybe do a vlog around trying to finish all of those, although I'm halfway through those already.
Excellent.
So, yeah.
Lots of content to look forward to.
There's stuff coming.
So don't forget, she's linked down below, so go subscribe. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you guys for being here. Let me take this banner off. I think we all know at this point that was the last sprint. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. I don't have anything coming out in the immediate future. I need to start editing the whole the Reset Diaries series, whatever, part 3. I need to start editing that. My plan is not this weekend, because this weekend I'm going to try to do the finishing touches on the house, because the refrigerator should be coming and I have to put things together so I can move back in. But the following weekend, hopefully all of that will be done, and then I can focus on editing. So that is the tentative plan. So until that is all sorted out, you will just be getting the Wind Down Wednesdays from me. So yeah, that is the next time that you guys will see me. I don't think I'm scheduled to be on anybody's sprints this week. Not that I can remember. Hopefully I'm not forgetting anything. But yeah, that's it for me. I'll see you guys next Wednesday. Have a wonderful evening or day if it's daytime where you are. And we will see you guys somewhere else on the web. Bye.